Well, I'm thinking there is a test slip. It's just that Wiggins at second slip is very close to the first slip. Because there is a gully in place. It's pretty deep though. It's almost walking towards the edge of the circle. So no spectators on hand just yet. Early morning. Bransford having real problems here with his run up.
Just looking as well, even if the aborted run, his follow through down the pitch. The one that went past the outside edge, he had a significant follow through just to get in the eyes of the batsman.
Well, look at the non-striker.
He's tapping that area just to draw it to the attention of the umpire.
Yes, it's pretty pronounced. You can see it from this distance.
There again, you see it. That left leg after he's delivered, not the first stride after, the second stride. The one where he should be looking to angle off the pitch. But from his lines, you don't want the umpire to have to come and interfere and draw it to his attention, because he wants the ball round the wicket to angle it in and get it to nip away.
Nicely behind it. You've seen a different approach from Phillips compared to the one that he had yesterday. Even in the second innings, he changed his approach a bit. I think he was more selective in attacking certain deliveries. The problem was that early in the morning, in his first chance to play, played a very ugly shot and was dismissed. And when I was at that point, with 31 when he left. What would have been your message to your players this morning if you were the Windward's coach?
Well, certainly I think the circumstances have changed for Phillips as compared to the first innings when he went out to bat. His captain was in tremendous form, and he was looking to go a bit early and be as aggressive as possible, knowing that his captain at the other end was flowing and would provide further stability to the innings. Today, however, yesterday as well, after into the last hour of play,
too short to bother Phillips. Yeah, you were making a point.
When they lost the captain, Edward, so his thinking would have had to change, and there was more application from him in terms of trying to stay at the crease and recognizing as well that they had a deficit to overcome. So two things would have affected his approach, and losing an early wicket, losing your main run scorer, his opening partner Edward, as well as trailing. So he knows that he'll have to bat long now. And it is his first game in the two-day tournament, and he's in for Desron Mitchell. But being an opening batsman, he's at the top of the order.
Outside the off stump, just allowing it to go by. Watchful.
And as well, advice coming in from support staff, coaches and managers. I want to look at that one. They've struggled a bit across the 2 days. Last game just 74 and 63. And a number of no scores for the Windward Islands.
Just play the way into the gap. Should come back for two.
There were 6 ducks in the first innings and 4 ducks in the second innings. Those two totals of 74 and 63 against the Leeward Islands. And that man in that game, Tilukani, taking 10 wickets. So they struggled against his spin in particular, and Fontenelle as well, the leg spinner, had a good game as well. He got 6 wickets for 96. So advice to both batters, and now Thomas is gone, is to try and bat as long as possible.
And this is what we're not seeing. Oh, the ducks into that one. This is what we're not seeing in regional cricket. We're not seeing runs. Runs are at the premier at all level, up to the international level for the West Indies. As we take a look at this delivery again. That could have been nasty. Took his eyes off the ball too early there.
And even in the game against Guyana in round 1, where the captain Edward got 139, apart from Zach Thomas's 27 and Fontenelle 20, not a lot else was on offer except from Tyler Vernier, who partnered with his captain. And if you look at that inning, that tells the story from Vernier. He batted 160 deliveries, more than his captain, and scored 47. So he stuck around for quite a long time. He wasn't scoring, but just trying to build a partnership in terms of not just runs, but time.
I was told that I got a message from the islands yesterday. And as he slashes at that dangerous shot, I was told that it's not Vernier, it's Venner. So we'll have to go with that. He should come out of bat soon. The way things are going here.
As well, he was listed last year as Amari. Going by Tyler this year.
Oh, another short delivery. That ends the over. Bransford to continue from the final. It's 40 for 2.
Have to make mention Jordan Charles as well in the round 1. Got to 47 in the second innings against Guyana. He's out there in the middle now on 2. And in that second innings was a little bit, I don't know how you want to describe it. I don't want to say farcical. At the end of play, Theo Edward was batting and seemed to get a signal for him to retire out, to give the opportunity. It was in the last hour of play or so, the last few overs as well, to give opportunities to the other batters. And he batted on for another over, probably about 9 balls, I make it. He continued to bat on as signals seemed to get crossed between himself and the staff. They were looking to call the game off for a draw, coming down to the final end on day 2. Eventually he retired, and they had him listed as retired hurt. But clearly, from what we could see, he was in fine fettle, and he was also communicating via sign language to the staff outside.
Oh, it's a naughty shot.
He just has to curb that a bit of aggressive instinct, particularly as an opener and on the morning within the first half an hour of play or so. You want to be leaving those deliveries. Might just be a bit of too much white ball cricket, just interfering with the mindset. But in that second inning, Charles came out to bat with the fall of Thomas and batted quite well for 47. But impressive stuff from the 2 opening fast bowlers from Barbados this morning, Branford and Harding. A measure of accuracy from both bowlers to the 2 batsmen out there. continuing on with that line, this time pitching it up a little bit more and left alone. Good judgment here from Damali Phillips.
It's opening the face of the bat. Credit to him there. And this is going to run away into the boundary now for 4. So a boundary there for Phillips.
He's angling the bat face there. And I want to say victory for both the bowler and the batsman. The bowler thinking that he might have gotten the outer portion of the bat and defeated him a bit. But the batsman still managed to maintain control, opening the bat face and ensuring that it went to ground, and then benefiting with 4. You see left-handers tend to score heavily behind point just because of the angle across them, and able to open the bat face to get some runs. Squared up a bit there. Good control from Phillips. End of the over. 44 for 2 after 13. So 2 overs apiece so far from the opening bowlers. And 6 runs added to the total. They've used that man out at deep square leg again, one at fine leg. So he's looking to pitch in a couple deliveries. We saw him bowl some good short deliveries, testing out the batsman. Having that protection out in the deep there for any top edge. Yesterday, man started out there for Phillips on the boundary, and then a catch went in his direction that fell short. He was brought in 10 yards. But on this occasion, the ball 13 overs old. So he's back on the boundary rope again. Man at backward point as well. 2 slips, a gully. Backward point cover mid off. Full toss straight to the man. Oh, it's gone through his hands. It was hit in the air in the direction of Ronaldo Bourne. It was above his head and it burst through the hands. Full toss, bottom of the bat, and straight to him. Couldn't haul it in. Goes for 4, total onto 48. So they now trail by 56. And an opportunity here for Charles. Would have meant second wicket for Harding. Charles was just looking to hit it as well, not along the ground. He's trying to go in the air. A full toss delivery. And he's bowled. It picks the top of off stump. That's an immaculate delivery from Harding. That's a beautiful delivery. Appreciated here in the commentary box. It's that particular delivery that fast bowlers relish. Angling it in. And just grazing the off stump. Look at that front right leg. It's nowhere behind the line of the delivery. It's the ball pitching from outside off stump and with the angle coming in from the right hander round the wicket. So Harding will not be denied. Drop catch in the over. And he comes back to get the wicket of Charles, saying, I'll just do it myself. Gets his second wicket. 2 for 16 he has. And the third wicket goes down for the Windward Islands with the score on 48. And Windward Islands in more trouble now. Trying to erase this first inning deficit. And the lead set by Barbados. 104 run lead yesterday. They've gotten it down to 56. And a lot of work here to do. Both by Phillips now and the new batter Jonathan Daniel. This is one of the problems that the Windward Islands have been experiencing. And the Captain Edward spoke of it at the toss. He wants his batters to try and battle long, dig deep, assess their stroke play. Saw Charles in that over hitting a full toss in the air straight to the field as opposed to trying getting over it and hitting it along the ground. Wicket falling on the final delivery of the Harding over. It's going to be Phillips. He's on 21 and looking good. And he gets the edge straight to first slip. Wigan puts it down. So he looked pretty solid, Phillips, starting on a couple balls that went past the outside there. This time, he's just putting the bat there and the catch straight to Wiggins at first slip. Goes to ground. So 2 drop catches in the morning inside the first half an hour of play. He's still on the ground now, picks himself up. Wiggins, and was making the point yesterday, and I was looking at him this morning. He started in second slip for Harding, and yesterday he was in first slip for Brantford, but this morning he started in the second slip for Brantford, but he's gone back now to first slip and put the catch down. And I wanted to make the point yesterday because the 2 bowlers at opposite ends, he was hovering between first slip, second slip. It was almost as if he was in musical chairs. And in fact, at one point, he even went into the third slip. So he's not in any particular one specialist fielding position. I mean, they're all specialist position, but normally the guy in first slip stays in first slip for the fast bowlers. So he was just moving around in the cordon. He's in conversation now with Bowens, and they've spread even wider now in the slip. They're agitated. Brantford is not getting the wicket. Wiggins just walks away. He just walks away in the slip. Brantford there, ball in hand, trying to settle himself. Return to that line and length. And it's angled into the pads. There's a fielder there. Harding at fine leg. So that would have been rubbing salt into the wound had that one gone for 4. Instead, it's just a single. There is a third man in place. So interesting that they had 2 slips and a gully at the start for Harding. They've taken out one of the slip and put him down at third man. Looks to be Paris out there. So they took him out. He was in the gully, and then they split the 2 slips to a slip and a gully for Harding. Just as when Vinuda and I were discussing if they should put a 3rd slip in. And again, if we look in the back of the frame there, at the top of your picture, Wiggins is in 1st slip. He's very wide. And I want to say it's a 3rd slip. So there's no 2nd slip. There's Harding on the boundaries between the 2 fielders in that line. Full toss here. It's going to be runs. And Worrell giving chase. He's not going to catch it, is he? It's gone into the boundary for 4. Bowen's just having a conversation with the bowler. And having a word with him as he's walking back to his mark. We get the opportunity to again look at that shot. He's a bit agitated here, Branford. A catch going down off of his bowling, and now being put away for 4. Rubbing salt into the wound. Not getting that wicket. And his captain just having a word with him, and he was having none of it. Branford, he was waved his hands at the captain and went back to the top of his mark.
It's going a bit cloudy here now, Billy. Let's hope that the rain keeps away, because Barbados will be very unhappy should rain push this game and it ends in a stalemate. At the moment, they're right on top, because they will still trail by 51 runs. But Wiggins is giving back, it seems, out there.
So we spoke about him earlier. He was hovering. So I was saying he's almost like musical chairs in the slip cordon. First he's in 1st slip for one bowler, and then for Harding he is in 2nd slip. Comes back into 1st slip for Branford. And in this last over where the catch went down, we were asking for a 3rd slip. There were 2 slips and a gully, and he was in 2nd slip. They took out Paris from the gully, split the 2 slips, and Wiggins went back into 1st slip. So it's very interesting, and I was making the point, it's a specialist position.
Well, he's back there now.
Yeah,
for Harding.
For Harding, he was in 2nd slip all along. So he's gone into 1st slip again. Typically, Vinod, the man in 1st slip for your opening bowler stays in 1st slip for the opening bowlers.
Yeah, definitely. I can't understand it. And you look at Wiggins now, and he's looking upset about something. Threw his hands in the air. He's still remonstrating about something.
Well, it's his own fault. He put the catch down.
Yeah.
I can tell you who isn't happy. Branford. After the catch went down, he bowled a ball into the pads that went down to fine leg. Luckily, the fielder was there, but then he was driven through the covers for 4. Hunting in pairs himself and Harding.
Too short. Harmless.
Branford picking up the wicket yesterday of the captain out LBW. And 2 wickets falling this morning to Harding. Branford is looking to add to his wicket column this morning. Can't have Harding taking all the wickets in the first morning of play. One boundary to Jonathan Daniel already. A good looking square drive out for 4.
Oh, that's well bowled. Watchful this time. Daniel. Well, we should have seen the back of Phillips, but Wiggins had our ideas. He's still very upset.
He's a senior player as well in this Barbados team. Some more runs here. Pulling out the dive on the boundary. And he comes back for 2. Here we have a good look at Wiggins in that first slip area. And again, he's not as wide as he was at the start of the over. So it has to be said as well, even when he's moving and switching positions from first and second slip, he's also not staying in the same position whilst he is in slip. So normally the fielders would just mark their ground when they get to the slip position so they can return to that spot. He's shifted in this over. He's come a bit closer to the wicket keeper. So I'd want to think where he started, he was too wide.
Yeah, they're a bit disorganized in that slip cordon, to be honest. No one seems to know where they should be, really. I feel it at gully. So it's the end of the over. Barbados have taken 2 wickets already this morning. It's 56 for 3.
To put a closing point, have a good look at the crowd there. And I use the word crowd loosely. Did see a number of Barbados supporters in the stands yesterday, and they were sitting closer to the front where these 3 gentlemen are, but they've gone all the way to the back of the stand. And they had to shift yesterday when the sun came out in the afternoon, and the sun just hit those seats, those chairs out there. They retreated to the back, so they've learned their lesson. They've gone in the back to begin with. In the last game Trinidad and Tobago played, there was a pot bubbling in the back there. There was a stove, 2 burners, and a pigtail pale house.
Well, did you venture across?
I don't partake of the pork, unfortunately.
Bransford. And Wiggins is still upset about something.
I think he wants to be empathetic to Brantford, knowing that he was the one that put the catch down. So if he indicates that he's upset, the bowler might just take some consolation in that fact.
Well, now he moves away. After one delivery, he goes into a 3rd slip now.
This is what we're speaking about, Vinod. So
this is madness.
yeah.
So there's a 2nd slip and probably a 4th slip. There's no 1st and 3rd.
And I'll tell you why it's important as well that whoever decides to stay in that 1st slip position, in the slip cordon itself, it's a specialist position because your line of sight is different, and occupiers of the 1st slip, they will tell you, I'm not sure if this is the case throughout, and it might just be a preference, but they tend to keep an eye on the ball just as the wicket keeper would, whereas from 2nd slip all the way across to a 4th or 5th slip, they keep an eye on the edge of the bat.
Yep. Well, he now goes back in the 1st slip for the right-hander.
And the man in 1st slip as well, because your focus has to be, you're looking at the ball out of the bowler's hand, almost like the wicket keeper. Because at times, if the ball is moving around, if it doesn't come off the bat, it could still be heading in your direction. So you want to keep an eye on it and follow it all the way into the hands, into the glove of the wicket keeper, in the event as well that the wicket keeper spills it and you have a 2nd chance at it, whether it be a catch or not. But from 2nd slip onward, you want to look at the bat edge. So to be moving from first slip to second slip and then fourth slip, you're going to be changing your focus. That first slipper, as with all the other slippers, requires intense concentration.
Sam, he's gone, is he? No. Bounds is appealing. Not out, says the umpire. We'll have a look at that. Well, look pretty close to me. Probably some daylight. Umpire's in the best position.
Wouldn't be much daylight. Perhaps the width of a piece of tea.
He's working very hard here, Bransford.
And the other point I wanted to make, not to belabor the issue about the slip as well, is that you're seeing the ball go past the outside edge, and Brantford has been pitching up a lot. He was a couple short deliveries in the first innings. Harding on the opposite end is bowling more short deliveries, bouncers, but Harding has been up to the bat. I would like to see at least 2 slips in, please. You still have a lead, and with the manner in which he's operating now, the bowler, I would even put 3 slips.
Down to point. End of the over. Let's see if Harding continues or if there will be a change. We've had 40 minutes play this morning, and the Windward Islands have lost 2 wickets. They progressed to 57.
Harding has bowled 6 overs. He had 2 overs yesterday. And we're going to see spin. It's going to be your favorite player.
Yeah, I think this is a very important passage of play here.
So they didn't wait too long. The man who took the 2 wickets this morning is out of the attack, bowling 4 overs, picking up 2 for 9 this morning.
I think they're just giving him a breather. Probably he may get to come back for a spell before lunch. But it's going to be Paris. Let's see how he goes about his work this morning. A wicket or 2 here, and Barbados could be really in the money.
One of the things I was impressed with Paris is that googly delivery and the trajectory of it, the pace on the delivery and the control.
First delivery, there's an appeal. Umpire says not out.
Initially I thought it was pad, and the replay seemed to confirm it. Just around the second buckle area on the pad. Bit of chatter there from behind the batsman, breaking his concentration. He's appealing to the umpire now. Being disturbed whilst he is settling, and the first slip now is just waving his hands at the umpire. It wasn't me, he was saying.
Paris has to focus. He wants to concentrate. When you're facing Paris, you have to be at your best. This time that looks good. That looks very good. Not out, says the umpire. Sandy, we'll have a look.
It's got to be height. Yeah, it's the wicketkeeper Bowen's indicating that it might be height. He's telling the bowler.
That could never be height. He was struck initially on the front pad. That, to me, looked out.
Well, the doubt would have been the height, but on replay, we do have that advantage. It didn't look that high. Struck on the back pad, and there's that inner thigh pad.
This time, he gets the Google and he looks as completely perplexed. Let's look at that again.
I'm amazed at the control he has with this googly delivery. Normally from leg spinners, and they produce that googly. It comes with a bit more flight, but not from Paris. It's the same type of trajectory as the leg spinner.
Pitch outside leg, and that's what's saved him.
Off of dirt comes up there with that one. That's the follow through from where Branford was just. I'm not sure if he was in the danger area or not, but you can have a look at that there. Puff of dust.
So big level to take up the attack now from the far end.
When the right-hander comes on strike, it'll be very interesting.
So score down in that region of the Gulf of Paria.
A level offing cranes out in the distance to haul in those containers, to lift it off of the vessels, move it around on the docks. Some movement taking place out there in terms of wickets. 2 down this morning inside the first hour.
Upon delivery to start with, whereby Wiggins fields.
Somebody in this Windward Islands batting lineup needs to put their hand up. They have to do the heavy lifting in this innings for Windward Islands to overhaul those 47 runs that they trail by.
Too short. So spin from both ends here.
I was wondering if he would have given Branford an additional over. He's bowled 5. Correction, he has bowled 6. The 2 fast bowlers bowling 2 overs each yesterday. So just 4 overs from the pair this morning. Couldn't add to his wickets through no fault of his own.
Edged, dropping short. Full pitch delivery as I peel by the who's at my wicket. Like by signal by the umpire. So it's 58 now for 3 at the end of that over. And Paris is going to continue.
As soon as we get the opportunity, we'll try to identify the man with no number who's sitting in that first slip position. Try to identify some of the fans as well. They all have on the blue and yellow from Barbados. Trident flag perched perfectly along the seating. So good contingent of support for Barbados. So they're dropping a man now for the right-hander on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Interesting.
Paris. Simon shock on the pad. That looks good. He's gone. This man Paris is a beauty. 58 for 4. Unplayable, you call that, Billy.
Well, to start with, he's going on the back foot. That's the first danger sign. You want to be getting onto that front foot and getting to the pitch of the delivery. You can't be playing back to those types of delivery, and it's in that length as well where the batsman is not sure if he should be back or forward. But Paris is exploiting that zone in terms of length and pitting the batsman on the back foot.
Barbados closing in here on what will be a championship victory, 58-4.
You want to see your batters getting onto the front foot and using their feet as well, not running down the track, but trying to get to the pitch of the delivery. And if you can't get to the pitch of delivery, you want to use the depth of the crease. So if you're going back and you're not giving yourself enough time because the ball is not that short, so if you use the depth of the crease now, you give yourself a little bit more time to adjust to the spin. And you made the point yesterday, Vinod, that they're looking to play him off the pitch and read him off the pitch. But with the type of trajectory that he has, it's not a traditional loopy flighted deliveries from the leg spinner as compared to a Worrell, say. He's a little bit flatter, so it rushes onto you.
Paris, I will make this statement, is the best young leg spinner I've seen for quite a while here in the region.
We did have a Mika McKenzie, and I think he's probably just crossed the age as well. And this is the under 17 level, definitely at this level, leg spinners. And a few years ago, what was it, about 6-7 years ago, there was a huge cry for leg spinners and spin bowlers. We have a plethora of them now.
Oh, that one turns. Man in, Wickham.
I know he's settling in on a line and length here, and he's just started as well. Just wonder how long it would take him to go round the wicket to the left-hander.
Oh, Wickham looked ungainly when playing that.
Particularly as he has that googly delivery as well, and just a couple marks in front of the left-handers off stump.
Beautiful googly there.
And they're having great difficulty, some of the batters, to read it as well. That type of delivery is looking to hit it into the leg spinner, into that second rough spot in front of the left-hander. If he goes round the wicket, it'll be coming into the left-hander from outside the off stump.
Oh, he's speaking. There's a loud appeal not out, says the umpire. This guy is really bowling well. End of the over, 58-4.
And with him bowling that well, there may not be a need for him to go round the wicket. He's picking up wickets just where he is. Right arm over. And this 46 runs that the Windward Islands trail by. It's looking bigger and bigger amount of runs than it actually is on this surface, and with the bowling of Paris as well. Lovell looking to explore with a different dynamic. Left arm he is. So he decides to go left arm over because the left hander is on strike Paris. So whatever bowler's marks on the follow through there is there outside of Phillips off stump is going to certainly come into play now.
So there's a deep mid wicket being posted, and Phillips has shown great restraint today. 50 deliveries for his 23. Oh, it's a badly lined delivery and a bad miss by skipper Bowen. Two byes. They may consider bringing Worrell in as well. looking for a single. It's not there.
That is exactly what the delay was for that delivery. They wanted to get Paris by the umpire in exactly the right spot. As well on the onside, there's a short mid-on. He's not going to be allowed to get any closer than that. Has to be 15 yards from the batter. And as well, and we haven't really seen it being enforced too much for the under 17. That if you're going to stand that close, sometimes the umpires insist that you have to put a helmet on.
It's just protection for these young players. In the gap. Should be looking for 2 here.
I don't think Wickham was too comfortable or confident about that second run, but it was an easy 2.
Well, he'll have to face Paris now.
Was that the reason he didn't want to come back? So despite a couple loose shots from Phillips, he was beaten outside the edge, beaten outside the off stump. One came off the outside edge to first slip and was put down. He's still there on 25. And as well as looking to erase the deficit, 42 now, he also wants to bat time. As we approach the first hour, the end of the first hour.
So Barbados have done really well this morning, taking 3 wickets in that space of time. Oh, that's a fine shot. There's protection down behind square.
I like as well, Vinod, when you see his bowling action just at the point of delivery, you see a very concerted effort, almost exaggerated, to get extra revolutions on the ball.
This time it's in the air, over mid-off, and now going to the boundary for 4. That's a fine shot. Over pitched, well played there by Phillips.
You could tell from that shot as well that he is a confident lad. He would back his chances when he wants to be aggressive. He just has to pick the right delivery. And he did on that occasion. And it's an important boundary as well, because you don't want to have Paris just bowling at you all the time, trying to prize you out. You want to counter-attack him at some point. Of course, picking the right delivery to do so. They've also dropped Harding a bit deeper from mid-off, where that ball was hitting the air for a boundary. I don't want to jinx him, Vinod, but the longer I think Phillips bats, the better he might get. Better he might look, the more confident he'll become.
And if another over at the end of it, 67 for 4.
It's his first game as well. And we're in the second day. As drinks coming onto the field. And let you know as well, overnight, the other 2 games in Shanali Park. Guyana against the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands getting first innings points, 154 they made off of 34.2 overs. Guyana 124 in their first innings. Shama Apple 23 and Dave Mohabir 32. 4 wickets to Jatan Edward and 2 to Tilokadi. Fiaz Bash, the young leg spinner, looked quite good as well. 3 for 47. So we'll take a short drinks break here, and we will resume with more cricket into the second hour of play on day 2. Welcome back to coverage here on day 2 between Barbados and the Windward Islands. Windward Islands batting in their second innings, 67 for 4, 22 overs gone. Made 91 in the first innings, 195 for 9 Barbados in reply, getting first innings points. And Raphael Lovell will pick it up after the drinks break, bowling to Jimmy Wickham. Two spinners up there operating in tandem, looking to try and extract these two batters out there. The Marley Phillips are the non-strikers and on 29. Some turn and bounce there into the big man Wickham. Bowen's constant chatter behind the stumps from the Barbados wicket keeper and captain. He just shoved Wickham out of the way the ball before to get access to the ball. It's a good banter going on between the pair.
It's Lovell. Oh, it was uppish. A little bit of luck again. Lovell would have gotten a wicket. Bradley line. Looking for a single and gets it. Probably the wrong end. Harding throwing.
Neatly picking one bail there. Bowens appealing to umpire Sandy. It's a good throw from Paris. As well from backward point. Backward square rather.
Oh, that's well bowled. He's bowled him. Well, he looked dumbfounded by all that had happened there, Billy.
Start that delivery, bowling into the bowler's footmarks. Getting an additional amount of turn. There you could see it landing in the footmarks. That one I was telling you about, just in front of the left-hander's off stump. Just ripping off the turf between bat and pad. Almost having no chance at all. Phillips, and that spell of concentration that he had when he came out to bat is broken with this delivery.
Have a look at this. It's hitting the rough patch.
And he hasn't gotten the front leg to cover the line of the delivery, nor to cover the spin on offer. And he's staring at that spot, realizing his fatal error. He's still yet to move. And it's a danger area with the way on the wicket. And the rammer is out. And it's the fix-up patch where Lovell had some concern at the southern end. But he's starting his run-up. It's a bit of... I'm not sure if it's a soft spot or loose dirt. You can see them scuffing it up there.
But while they repair the pitch, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back. So we continue here. New man in. Tyler Venner. End of the over there, Billy. At the end of it, 68 for 5.
Just like to say thanks for the correction. Normally at the start of every game, you just run through all the names and just ask the manager or the coach for the right pronunciation. No doubt when the Sri Lankans on the 19 come to tour, definitely need some assistance.
Driving just to the right of backward point. You have to reach for that. That is not a bad delivery at all from Paris. because he's pitching it. You can see Paris looking to exploit the rough now.
And I don't mind Wickham or the batsman trying to play a couple of aggressive shots, because you can't just sit and look to defend all the time. Then the bowler gets on top of you.
Yeah.
So you want to make the bowler think as well about his lines, his lengths. You do something different to get him to change his line or lengths. Brian Lara, the great Brian Lara, the pavilion here named after him, he would be the first to say, when he was asked, how do you play spinners, when he had to combat the likes of a Shane Warne and Muralitharan, he said he likes to attack them from the get-go, from ball one. Not allow them to settle at all.
So Venner, we know that he can stay out there, he could defend, he could bat. That is what the Windwards need at the moment. 5 down already for 69.
2 slips and a man in front of the bat. Which means there are 2 on the onside, deep mid wicket, and a straight mid on. I want to see if Venner tries to use his feet at any point in time. If he sees that ball get a little bit of flight up in the air, try and get to the pitch of it. The googly on that occasion, you saw a bit more flight with that one. And you see the line as well that will tell you it's a googly delivery. When he pushes it outside the off stump, it's a 5th stump line or 4th stump line, you want to suspect it's a googly to come back at you.
Venner pulls away. I don't think Paris will be very happy with that. He was just about to deliver.
A lot of chirping out there, unsettling the new batter. Just pulled away. And as well, Vinod, you want to get a rotation of strike using your feet, because with a left hand right hand combination, it means every time you rotate the strike, you're going to get the bowler having to change his line and his approach and his thinking.
Speaking about that, right there, you want to land the ball, Billy?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I would even go one further. I want him to try a couple deliveries round the wicket and get it into that area and just see what happens. If the turf explodes a little bit on the impact with the ball, and anything can happen. End of the over. 70 for 5. In that knock of 47 from Veneer, 160 deliveries he batted for. There were 127 dot deliveries in that knock.
Well, he needs that now. So similar type of performance. Lovell. So then great support from the far end. Haven't seen Worrell just yet. Venner with an open stand.
And in that knock as well, those 160 deliveries, he batted with Theo Edward, who scored 139, but he scored his own off 133 deliveries. Better than a runner ball.
Well, that's a bad delivery, a really bad delivery. Ball probably slipped out of his hands. And it's gone. Beautiful bowling. Beautiful bowling indeed. 70 for 6.
Yeah, they're not coming to terms with the turn and bounce on offer here in the pitch. Losing another wicket, they still haven't overhauled the deficit. And it's that man, Goodman. He's been identified. Thanks to our cameraman, Kadir Mohammed. He has no number on his back, Isaiah. But he's been put in first slip. He moved out Wiggins from first slip off of the fast bowler. And he himself or the spinners are back in first slip.
Raphael, let's drift in the bowling and on pitching. It went that way and into your guy Goodman. I know you appreciate the drawing there, Billy.
The turn as well. Exaggerated turn. I like the loop as well. A little bit of drifting. Turn and bounce. Cody Fontenelle makes his way out to the middle. Using the yellow line to map out the trajectory of the delivery. The yellow in the Barbados flag as well. Good color coordination.
Lovell to the new man. Fontenelle. Remember, they still trail by 34. Edged in between wicketkeeper and first slip. And that's 4.
There's a low crash at the bottom there at the boundary edge.
Yeah, one hopes that the player is okay.
Was it your man Paris giving chase there? Indeed it was. Hope he's alright. Not giving up at all. You saw him diving at the boundary edge in the second over of play that Harding bowled. So putting his body on the line despite the fact that he's bowling, giving chase to everything despite the fact that they're in the lead. I like the attitude of the young man. He's looking at his elbow there, Vinod.
Yeah, I think he crashed into the side screen.
Remember as well, he was giving chase for a ball that found the outside edge of Fontenelle's bat, went between the wicketkeeper Bowens and first slip. A difficult chance, you have to say. The gloves weren't in line and was a significant enough deflection out of the line of the keeper's glove. But first slip, I didn't think he had a chance either.
No, I think it was low as well, and it all happened quickly. First slip is very close to the wicketkeeper as well, so I don't know even if he was put off. But Paris is back. 2 slips waiting.
We could have had 7 wickets down and 6 falling in the first session.
Ooh, quicker delivery.
It's good as well that he has 2 slips in place, because he is getting that googly delivery to turn across the left-hander significantly. So in addition to going with the angle, he's getting it to spin as well. That flighted delivery, Vinod, I think he's just tempting him to come out of his crease, and he pushed it a little bit wide, so if he did miss it, came out, he would have been in trouble.
He has given Wickham headaches since Wickham has come in there. Wickham, it seems, has no idea on how to play him. Well, look at that.
The That one just landed in the rough again. On the other side.
This time that looks good.
Perhaps bat onto pad.
We'll take a look at it.
Umpire Sandy, the man presiding at that end. Jerry Gomez, media center end.
Probably going down the leg side with the turn.
Can't really tell from that.
Lover quickly back to his mark.
The first stars from the Windward Islands batsmen. 29 they trailed by. BT erased that deficit and then forced Barbados to bat again.
Lover keeping it tight. There's some rough for him to work with around there.
And again, living dangerously is Wickham.
Lovell is just landing it in this region. Well, a little closer, I should say. I'll try that again. He's landing it in this region here, Billy. And he is then looking to drive, which could present edges in that direction.
Your bowling is a little bit too wide outside the Austin.
Well, you got my point. Once it lands here in the rough, anything here in the rough,
Absolutely.
and he's looking to drive, it could present edges.
Certainly Lovell would be liking that as well. He came out here on day 2, eyeing up those areas with the left-handers in this Windward Islands lineup. And it's a good test as well for the batsmen. Learn to play under these kinds of conditions. And it's very important that we continue to have this type of 2-day cricket, or even perhaps 3-day cricket at the under 19 level as well as the under 17. I think the 2-day cricket is sufficient for the under 17, but perhaps the under 19 look to move from 2 days to 3 days to try and get the batsmen at that level batting longer in preparation for moving on to the senior level that play the regional 4-day game. End of another over, 27 gone. Trail by 29, 7-6 for 5. For 6 rather, 7-5 for 6.
Yeah. Boys having some work to do down by the manual scoreboard.
It's a shadow of the scoreboard that used to be stationed across where the Trinity Posse stand is. Scoreboard I manned for years.
Yeah, that was a massive, elaborate scoreboard.
Men on the tins. We used to have to transport by hand the boards from under the pavilion. In the Brian Lara pavilion. The pavilion was made up differently back then. We used to call it the dungeon. We used to have to go to get the boards from under there. You'd have to duck under the seating and lift the boards out manually. Transport them all the way behind what was the Republic Bank stand, Carib stand. All the way across just before the Republic Bank stand. And then we'd have to lift them up vertically from one level to the next to get the opening batsman. The top order would have to be lifted the highest, up 4 levels of stairs. Paris continuing.
Where did that pass?
Beating the edge of the bat. Is it the inside or the outside? And if it were the googly, it would have beaten the inside, possibly inside edge of the bat onto pad. So expect that delivery, the googly, coming up anytime soon, straight into that area outside the off stump.
Oh, up pitchly, no one is there.
I wanted to see a googly delivery to the right hander. And I just thought he was building up to it.
Another over goes 76 for 6.
19 overs bowled this morning. Just as we approach 1 into the morning session on day 2. And 5 wickets falling. 5 wickets in 19 overs. Just about 38 runs scored as well. And they've introduced a second slip. It's that man, Wiggins.
It's not easy to bat on this track, especially against the spinners. One thing Lovell has gotten to is that extra bounce because of his height.
If we are allowed to reflect back to day 1, it was the Leeward Islands against Jamaica that was set to play at Pier Road. And a lot of heavy rain. The outfield was in an unplayable condition. The game was transferred to the UE Spec facility, the Sir Frank World Field. Some bonks there for Lovell. The game started a day later, and the staff only started to prepare the pitch the evening before.
Edged, overslip, and it's spinning away into the boundary. Let's wait and see if it gets there. I think that's 4.
It's difficult for the umpires to see, but from our vantage point, it seemed as though his boot was in contact with the rope just as his hand was on the ball.
There you go, putting in the slide.
We can't quite see at the point at which he released it, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Not for the first time having to do the chasing from backward point to the boundary edge. It's returning to that UE venue. The West Indies under 19 women played against the USA 6 games there, so it was almost in a state of readiness. And they just had to do a little bit of rolling of the pitch. The outfield was in good condition as well, and as it always is at the UE Spec facility.
That's a fine facility, isn't it? I like the pitch there as well. Getting aggressive. Fontenelle.
But the point was, when play did get started on the first day, there was limited work the ground staff could have done in terms of watering the pitch and so on from the afternoon before. And the ball almost turned square from the morning session. And DeMarco Scott picked up 8 wickets. Kunal Tilokani picked up 8 wickets. The first innings, both teams, the Leeward Islands, I believe they made 95 or 91. 75 Jamaica made. And they struggled to come to terms with the spin. And it was more spin on offer than we see here, turning of the ball from the surface. So when we were expecting it would be a very short second day, the batsmen dug deep. I was indicating to Dr. Anand Rampasad, who's in charge of the facility there, that it was a good test for the batsmen to learn how to play under trying circumstances, under spinning conditions. And let you know, in the second innings, it was a completely different picture from the batsmen. Leeward Islands went on to make 96 they made in the first innings, and Jamaica 75. They went on to make 236 for 8 declared in the second innings, and followed up Jamaica.
Played away, runs here, that's 4, that's a lovely shot. So Fenner is off and running here.
Fontenelle it is. 8 wickets fell to the spinners in the first innings for Jamaica. Scott getting 5. He's backing away and he's bowled. Fontenelle was looking to be adventurous. We saw it from the last over where he worked one into the onside, and he was rehearsing as he was taking the single to play a more adventurous shot. He's backing away here, looking to hit the ball over extra cover, trying to put Paris under more pressure, having gotten 4 already in the over, and he's lost his wicket.
Reckless shot indeed, given the circumstances.
And the difference between the two teams, Vinud, is the application of the batsmen in the second innings. Jamaica went on to get 195 for 7 to draw the match in the second innings. Something that no one anticipated would happen because of what had transpired on the first day. And Tenez Francis, the opening batter and captain for the Leeward Islands, got 84. Kunal Tilokani 49 in that second innings for Leewards. And Jamaica, just when the Leeward Islands were expecting that they'd be able to come through with an outright victory, 195 for 7 and 45 to Odain Binns, the wicketkeeper, and the captain, DeMarco Scott, 43. So the batsmen adjusted to the conditions, learned how to play on a tough surface, on a spinning surface, against quality bowling, because Tilokani as well took 5 wickets in the second innings, finished as well with 8 wickets in the match. So although spin was on offer and difficult batting conditions, with, I don't want to say an underprepared pitch, but they didn't have the time to do more work on the pitch. But the application of the batsmen to figure out how to bat.
You don't want to be taking the approach of Fontenelle, especially against these spinners on this track. Look at that delivery. Not a spinner who's done well. It's having the Bishop. He's in there now. Yeah, look at that.
And it's a dead giveaway from Paris. When he pushes it wide outside the off stump, you know it's going to be the googly delivery. But we've seen him flight the googly more now to the right-handers, which means he has that type of control where he can zip it through or decide to give it generous flight. And he's going to be out. Oh, it lands just. Well, this is a very sharp chance. The price was in the air to him. Wickham pulling it around the corner. He was diving forward, Paris. He's in the game, Justin Paris.
Yeah, gives it his all. Oh, it would have been a beautiful catch.
I thought for a moment he got his hands under it.
Lovell. Getting some sharp turn here.
And in the last over, Vinod, we saw Paris having to give chase twice to the boundary edge.
Look at this effort. In and out.
I think he got his hands under it, you know, but when just landing, the ball just bubbled out of his hands. Yeah, and I was going to ask you in the last over with Paris, a lot of work for him to do in the outfield there because the ball is spinning into the left-handed Wickham. So anything into his pads, he's looking to work in the direction of Paris. And a lot of work for the young man. It's not easy when you're bowling and have to do a lot in the field as well. And normally you would judge where the ball would more frequently go. And you want to put your best fielders there. Now he's a good fielder, Paris, but it's difficult while you're bowling to be that active in the field as well.
Walked away for one. Let's see if Arvinder Bishop can put some value to his wicket.
And just looking around the field, and even when he's at backward point, the ball from the left hander is spinning across the right hander now. So definitely again he's in the firing line. You want to move him to an area where the ball will not go to him as often and put another fielder, another good fielder in that position. Second slip added.
This one sneaks through. Arvinder doesn't know where it went. They take a single. Bowen himself chasing.
I think Bishop is looking to survive. He picked up 6 for 47. 19.5 overs. The young lad, he also picked up 9 ones. The Form 5 exam level. Congratulations to him and all the other players who sat exams and got their results as well.
A slight cloud just passing over. We have about 20 minutes to lunch. Could Barbados wrap this up before lunch?
Predictions were aplenty yesterday. Some even said 11:30 this morning. They've gotten 7 wickets, 19 runs they trail by. And that man Paris is going to have a big say in this innings.
It's well bowled. In the air, but away from the fielder. Lovell can't stop it. And they're going to go back for 2.
A bit lackadaisical in the field there. Between Lovell and Wood. Just got themselves in a tangle there, trying to cut that one off. There's the googly. Targeting that, I want to say, yellow spot on the pitch. Just in front of the right-handers off stump in that line.
2 deliveries to go. Let's have a look at his field. So there's a slip, backward point, cover point, shortish cover, extra cover mid-off on the offside. And then on the on, you have mid-on, short mid-wicket and deep backward square.
7 wickets in the match for Paris. 3 wickets to go in this innings for Windwards.
This time it's popping, no one to take it.
That man there coming into the team, Shylon Wood, for this game. He's in the firing line.
And this time,
Exaggerated turn from that googly delivery.
all happening there. Let's have a look at that again. Ooh.
That's impressive stuff. To get that amount of turn. And we've seen him flight it as well. We've seen him push it through with pace. And Bishop survives. He's on 3. 2 wickets to Lovell as well. First innings, just the 2 overs from him, one of which was a maiden. Conceded 1 run, and then the wicket started to fall. Worrell was also into the attack to replace Lovell. So Lovell has 2 wickets now, so no opportunity yet for Javed Worrell to come into the attack. Mentioned as well in the last game for the Windward Islands, there were 4 ducks in the second innings against the Leeward Islands. An appeal here, not out, says the umpire. And there were 6 ducks in the first innings, and a total of 74. Got to 73 in the second innings. And in the first innings they were bowled out in 29.3 and 31 overs in the second innings. So they've gone past that now, just by an over and 2 balls, and still have 3 wickets intact. They've gone past those 2 totals as well, 74 and 63 respectively. They're 87 for 7. Still trail by 17 runs. Call through for the single to mid-off. Just losing his footing there. Looks like Brantford. The second slip returns for Aravinda Bishop. End of the over. 33 overs gone. 88 for 7. So Paris has bowled 10 overs, 2 for 22. And 2 maidens. Had an opportunity for a catch in the last over. Got his hand straight, couldn't hold on. Wickham has been there for 38 deliveries now for his 6. So he's looking to bat long, looking to bat time as well. He's So just about 15 minutes before the lunch break. Full toss. There are going to be some runs here. Gets it fine. Should go into the boundary. It does. 4 runs to the total. Important runs here for the Windward Islands. 92 now. It's a badly lined delivery onto the pads. It was a full toss as well. Couldn't get all of it, Wickham. There's a man at deep square leg. And just as well, because he got it fine. So wonder if it was bat onto pad as well. But it's 4 runs nonetheless. And the total onto 92. Now they trail by 12. And finally he's round the wicket. I would have encouraged him to do this earlier on, just to exploit these areas in front of the left-handers off stump. I was wondering when Wickham came out the back, I would have immediately gone around the wicket. He's there now. Pulling in the air. Harding does the fielding to his left at mid-on. Tumbling stop. Solid in defense. Bishops looks solid. Couple 4 defensive shots he's played. He's faced 10. Anytime it's thrown wide out there, it's going to be a googly delivery. To finish off the 34th over. 93 for 7. 2 for 27 off 11. For Paris. Trail now by 11 as they inch up to 100. They just want to get to that 100 mark, perhaps by lunch, but more importantly, not lose another wicket. We are going to see that bowling change I was mentioning in the last over. Worrell is going to get the ball now, replacing Ralph Lovell, who had 2 for 20 in his 11 overs and 3 maidens. He bowled quite well. Created an opportunity in his last over. A catch put down. A good attempt from Justin Paris at backward square. Got his hand still but couldn't hold on. Diving forward. Short and pulled into the onside. 2 men out there. Bisects both of them. Goes into the boundary. And the deficit is now cut by a further 4. And 2 4s now to Wickham.
Warren again, as he did in the first innings, bowling too short. It's a bad delivery. And Jamie Wickham needed no second invitation.
And credit to Wickham as well. He bisected the 2 men in the deep. Good placement.
Again, another bad delivery there by Worrell.
Wickham there not getting carried away. It was a short and wide into his body. He could have easily stepped inside and looked to pull it in the air and looking for power. And 2 fielders out there, just in the back of his mind, decided to just work it around for a single, having already gotten a boundary in the over.
Another bad delivery. What is Worrell bowling? To be honest, I haven't been impressed by Worrell. And I think he would have been better served bringing Branford or Harding back just with 10 minutes to go to lunch and just let them, go for it.
Even Bishop now is getting in on the action, pulling it away to deep mid-wicket. Rotates the strike as well. He has a big name to live up to. Worrell, 3 W's out of Barbados. Worrell, Weeks and Walcott. So the man hasn't made his way yet to deep backward square on the boundary. As the ball is bowled. Good, there's a better delivery here, Vin.
Once he pitches up, he will be fine. But 3-4 deliveries in the over are always short.
Yeah, the first over he bowled in the first innings, he was very short, but seemed to start to get it right in his second. Six runs in his first over. It is a difficult art to master, and we do tend to see leg spinners bowl loose deliveries at times. They can't drag it down. They don't get the body mechanics right. I'm just learning his art, Javid Worrell. One short of 100 now. Trailing by 5. Just fighting on here with the Windward Islands. Surely they want to force Barbados to bat again.
Well, the fast ball is back.
An extremely long spell for Justin Paris comes to an end. 2 for 27 off of 11 with 2 maidens. The preferred end for Harding. Hit 4 overs this morning. Picked up 2. 2 for 9 in his opening spell this morning. And I'm keeping an eye on the Barbados fielders. They're not quite getting into their positions at the start of the over. The bowler is running in. Third man was nowhere near the boundary. He was walking backwards when the ball was delivered. Another 10 yards to go. Fine leg as well. Hadn't got into position either. He's there now.
So Harding would just want that final boost before the lunch. Well handled there by Aravinda.
Nice high left elbow behind the line of the delivery. I made the mention as well yesterday, Vinod, with respect to Darwin Joseph from Guyana. He was given just 1 over before the lunch interval. Had to loosen up to go through his entire routine to bowl that 1 over. Harding here, he's still loosening up as he's getting ready to come in to bowl his 3rd delivery. So I'm not sure he was given notice.
I think he might get about 2.
So perhaps not given the right amount of time to loosen up, indicating that he was going to return, and perhaps as well not expecting to return so soon or just a few minutes before lunch. Two for 19. He's not going to refuse his captain to have a bowl.
So on this angled down leg side. So Aravinda comes out of the firing line. I'm sure we're going to see a few short ones. The 100 is up, by the way. It's 100 for 7.
So the first landmark accomplished. Getting to 100. Second one with insight, trailing by 4.
So the end of the over. Worrell may bowl from the other end, and Worrell will get through his overs quickly. I think Harding may just have 1 more before lunch.
I'm not quite sure either exactly what the regulation is. I think if a wicket falls with 3 minutes to go to lunch, they'll take the lunch, with the batsman being allowed 2 minutes to get to the crease. So they would take lunch if a wicket falls. Have to wait another 2 minutes by my clock for that to happen. as well, Vinod. I know for 9 wickets down, they could have an extension of play by 30 minutes, but 8 wickets down as well?
No, only 9.
You see Harding there just stretching out the groin area as well. He certainly wasn't loose enough to start. He bowled the first delivery, and walking back to his mark, he was stretching out that groin area.
And this is why captains, if they are thinking a certain way, they should give the bowlers ample time to warm up. Send a message to him. Wickham has faced 46 deliveries, so he's battling. 17 from Bishop. No run. Worrell looking to get that breakthrough before the break here. Here he is. Oh, beaten. Good delivery by Worrell. Getting a bit too short.
Batters just looking to see through this period of play before lunch. Just a couple minutes to go. Aravinda Bishop's on 4 off of 23 deliveries. 100 runs on the board. 7 wickets down. The other not-out batsman, Jimmy Wickham, is on 16. And he's been there for 46 deliveries. They still trail by a further 4 runs. Harding will continue. So you're right, Vinu. We did get another over from the medium pacer. Fast medium.
He's not happy at all with himself.
And the batting to come beyond Fannis, Elran, Glasgow. So Branford in the first inning bowl a number of short pitch deliveries, trying to get the batsman out, playing off the back foot. In the second innings, however, it's been Harding who's been willing to dig the ball in short. Bowled quite a few. It seemed ages ago it was Zach Thomas this morning who was bobbing and weaving to get out of the way. Jordan Charles as well had to face up to some short pitch bowling.
We want indeed. Just a few deliveries to go to lunch. You want the batsman playing.
And Wickham would be very happy that he doesn't have to play there. Saw him just admonishing himself, trying to convince himself what the role is just before lunch. Happy to let that one go. It was a good delivery that tucked him up the previous delivery, because he can't pull the ball, but decided to just play it down in front of him.
Badly lined.
best way to see through to the lunch interval is from the non-strikers end.
Yep.
Bishop has looked quite competent. Meanwhile, the deficit down to 3 now.
So Barbados have done well this morning, taking 6 wickets. They won that one more just before lunch here.
Like the approach from Bishop as well. He looks quite competent in defense. And if he could continue on in this vein after lunch, and Wickham at the other end, he could post a partnership to try and build something for Barbados to have to come out and make in the second innings. It's been an 18-run partnership so far.
Oh, well played. Well bowled as well. So that's lunch on day 2 of this CWI Rising Star under 17 clash between Barbados and the Windward Islands. At lunch, the win was 101 for 7, and they trail by 3 runs. So we are going to take a break. We should be back with you in about 35 minutes or so.
Live action here resumes at the Queen's Park Oval. It's round 3, day 2. Final round of games here in Trinidad. Men's under 17 Rising Stars doing battle out in the middle. Barbados versus the Windward Islands. Barbados securing first inning points and trying to get full points on day 2. And in opposition, Jamie Wickham, not out on 17, facing up to Lovell. The pair batted well before lunch. Partnership with Aravinda Bishop. He's not out on 4. 18-run partnership for the 8th wicket. Two wickets apiece for Zarel Harding, Raphael Lovell in operation now, and Justin Paris. 1 to Asher Branford. And just the 2 overs from Javid Worrell before lunch, and Lovell replaces him from the end he started. Trail by 3 runs. So firstly, the first hurdle was to get to 100 without losing a wicket until lunch. They've done that. And second hurdle is to just erase this deficit. 3 runs to get. 5 dot balls after lunch. Full toss. And he's going to get 1. It was in the air but to the right of the man who's in at a shortish mid-wicket. End of the first over. That single negating the maiden, potential maiden. 102 for 7. 2 runs away from making Barbados bat again. 18 Wickham moves on 2. And the fall of wickets in this inning so far. Theo Edward was out first ball at the top of the order, and then it became 2 for 38. Zach Thomas was out, and 3 for 48. Charles lost his wicket, and the wicketkeeper Jonathan Daniel became the 4th wicket to fall with the score on 58. Phillips at 68. And 2 runs later, Venner. And Fontenelle trying to be too aggressive, backing away, trying to hit Paris over the top. He was out bowled for 12. New bowler into the attack. First time for the innings. It's going to be Raphael Bourne. Field out in the deep. Didn't realize that at first. Wickham. And an easy single. The players left out for Barbados for this game, just to remind you. Jahid Hines, Rajiv Parsuram, and Kilani Clark. And Ronaldo Bourne coming into the team. And Shylon Wood. Mind you, Bourne was a replacement for RJ Gittins, who's been called up to that West Indies under 19 squad to take on Sri Lanka under 19, the 30th of August in Antigua. So good luck to all those players who were selected. Bishop has looked quite good in defense. 27 deliveries he's faced for his 4. There are going to be 7 ODIs between the two teams, West Indies and Sri Lanka under 19. The first 4 will be played at Coolidge Cricket Ground and the last 3 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. That squad for the West Indies: Joshua Dawn, captain; Shaquan Bell, both from Barbados; Brennan Boodoo from Trinidad; Tyreek Bryan; Afraz Ali Boodoo; Zachary Carter, Boodoo from Guyana; Carter from Barbados; Senior Fontaine, who was pulled from this Windward Islands lineup. It's a good shot there from Bishu, back in into line, back and across into line, and a nice straight bat. Fontaine was in the squad and selected to go to play in that under 19 series. RJ Gittins, we just mentioned. Mika Greenwich, the opening batsman from Barbados. Vittel Laws, Paget Nelson, Matthew Miller, Leeward Islands, the youngster, 16 years of age. Israel Morton, Jakeem Pollard. It's a good delivery here from Bowen outside the off stump. Defeats Bishop. Overcomes to an end. 103 for 7. 1 run behind now. Pollard was selected initially in July in this under 17 squad, and they had to just replace him a couple days into August, and he was replaced by Ronaldo Bone in this team. I beg your pardon, Shylon Wood replaced him, a man from Harrison College, the fast bowler. I haven't seen him bowl in this game. The spinners have been preferred on this surface. Aidan Ratcher from Trinidad and from Guyana, Jonathan Van Lange make up the squad under head coach Rohan Nurse, assistant coach Jerome Taylor. An inquiry to square leg by Bowens. Not out, says the umpire. He's still in conversation with the umpire Sandy, who's not moved a muscle. Full toss and put away for 4. Through the covers, past Wiggins at short extra cover, races across the outfield. And the 4 runs to the total. So the Windward Islands with that shot. A bad delivery there from Lovell. Throws his hands in the air. They now go past the deficit, which means that Barbados will have to bat again in their second innings. So the second mission accomplished. 107 for 4. The lead now 3. Again, it's a foolish delivery. Gets it between cover and backward point for 2. And the longer this pair can stay on and add to this partnership, they said they want about time. And if by some stretch of the imagination they're able to post a good total and Barbados come out to chase, just try to put some pressure on them, could make for an interesting second session. And if they can bat through to T, the final session of play can become very interesting. Final day today, final round of matches. Other matches taking place. Now good delivery there. Difficult batting out there. The Windward Islands batters have found. A lot of turn on offer. Good lines and lengths bowled by Lovell and Paris. Guyana against the Leeward Islands at Inchonally Park in Presal. That game, Guyana batting first, got to 124. Over comes to an end here. 109 for 7. Leeward Islands was able to overhaul that total. 154 they posted to get first innings points. And the Guyana are currently batting at 124 for 8. Apple went for 25 and Adrian Hetmeyer. He's been in good form, Hetmeyer. He's gone for 28. Mohaber, who's also capable with the bat, he's on 21. 125 now for 8 in that game across in Presal at the Inchonally Park. Leeward Islands looking to bowl out Guyana. Nicely played again from Bishop. I want to keep him fractionally low from Bourne. So they had a 30-run lead, the Leeward Islands. So 90 runs the current lead, with just 2 wickets left standing for Guyana. Battling on in that game. Trinidad and Tobago against Jamaica at the National Cricket Centre. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and opting to bowl first. Bowl out the Jamaicans for 142. Oh, he's trying to be aggressive outside the off stump here is Bishop. He's batted quite well so far. He's just on 4. But he's been solid in defence off of the 33 deliveries that he's faced. Trinidad and Tobago overnight, they were 163 for 6. So they managed to get first innings points. Continued to bat on. Got to 233 all out. Salim Khan got 68 yesterday. He's pushing back to a ball. He could have been forward too. Comes off the outside edge. Gets a run. A bit fortunate on that occasion. He's looking at the bat now and he's rehearsing the shot at the non-strikers end. But he's gotten Wickham on strike, so he's able to rotate the strike. Trinidad and Tobago innings, the lower order. Ronaldo Fontenelle got 34. 3 sixes he hits. He hit 1-4. And Amrit Pittyman coming back into the team for this final round. Got to 20. 233 all out. Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica 27 without loss in their second innings. So good delivery, comes off the edge to Wiggins at first slip, travelled along the ground. And 2 fielders behind the wicket keeper. Fine leg doing the mopping up. Lead now 7, 1-1-1 for 7. That Jamaican first innings, Giovanni Richardson coming back into the team, the wicket keeper, and getting 50. A good partnership between himself and Adrian Silvera. He's playing again outside the off stump. He's pushing and rehearses the leave alone. Good delivery there from Bourne. .47 runs they put on in that partnership between Richardson and Silvera. in that first innings. So that's news from the other two games in Shanali Park and the National Cricket Centre. Down the leg side to finish off the over. 1-1-1 for 7th remains. Reminding you that the 50 overs for the under-17s begin on August 24th. Just 3 days away on Sunday. The Windward Islands would take on Barbados at the National Cricket Centre in Shanali Park. We'll see the host nation Trinidad and Tobago against Guyana. And the last two teams on the roster, Windward Islands versus Jamaica at the Queen's Park Oval right here. And that live broadcast can be seen on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. So tune in for that game. Battling on is the pair here of Bishop and Wickham. 7 runs the lead. Wickham will face Lovell. Tight line and length from Lovell. 1 full toss he bowled in the last over. Put away for 4. Conceded 6 runs in that over. He's looking to be aggressive. He's calling for the single to mid-on and fumbling it. There is Paris. Hesitancy in the running, and it was hit with some power down to Paris. And you might understand the hesitancy. Wickham took off for the single and hesitated when he saw how quickly Paris was onto it, which caused the Bishop to hesitate, but he didn't pick up cleanly. And they got the single in the end. This one off the outside edge and go close to the boundary, but it's going to be hauled back in by Bourne, and Bishop gets 2. Healthy edge past the first slip. The man Isaiah Goodman is in there. No chance of a catch. Partnership now on 31. Just beginning to prosper. Reminding you, CPL action continues tonight. St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots against the Barbados Royals. It's the 8th match in this year's CPL. Very wide outside the stump. So no doubt the players tonight will be tuned in, particularly those from Barbados. That's a good delivery here. Beats the outside edge. And quick work from Bowens behind the stumps. Just picking a bail. Antigua and Barbuda Falcons defeated the TKR yesterday. Won by 8 runs. There's some bounce on this one here from Lovell. Completes the over. Left alone on this occasion by Bishop. He's starting to flirt a little bit outside the off stump. Both from the bowling of Bourne and now from Lovell. Got an outside edge in the over. And correcting himself, decided to leave the final delivery alone. The lead now 10. And the young Joel Andrew for the Falcons got 22 last night. And Imad Wazim 39, but it was Fabian Allen that stole the show late down in the innings to resurrect the Falcons. They were batting at 5 for 77 in the 14th over. He came out and smashed some sixes to all parts of the ground. 3 of them and 3 fours off of 20 deliveries. Fabian Allen. Bourne is continuing on here. And it was very interesting. Nathan Edwards was in for a little bit of stick at the end of the innings. Ended up conceding 56 in his 4 overs. But it was that man, Usman Tariq, 2 for 37. Really put a stranglehold on the Falcons early on before Fabian Allen came out and started to hit him for 2 sixes. Very difficult to read the bowling of Usman Tariq. It's down the leg side here from Bourne. Wickham seems to be very adept at working balls into the onside. Also might just be his area where he can power hit into the onside. Saw glimpses of it with a couple pull shots. So Bourne would be advised just to stay off his pads. 1 fielder out at the backward square and 1 at fine leg. Noteworthy as well, Shamar Springer, they took a single. Just about 2 deliveries left in the innings. And Wasim wanted to come back for the strike. Wasn't able to get it for the last 2 deliveries. And then Shamar Springer smacked one out the ground for 6. Closing off the innings there with a 200-run strike rate. 10 runs he got that final over. TKR not able to chase it down. Full delivery driven, and mid-off is in the way, and he's just cursing his luck there. Wickham couldn't put it away for 4. Harding diving away at mid-off. Monroe made 44th of 18. Quite impressive hitting at the top of the order. Puran 1 down, went for 10. Casey Carty 35. Pollard was not out on 43. 4 sixes and 3 fours. Couldn't finish the game off. Short, and he was weaving out of the way there. That's a surprise delivery there from Bourne. No more surprise than us was Wickham. Just leaned out of the way. It's an excellent delivery. Yeah, that one should make Instagram later on. The profile of these youngsters. Did well to get out of the way. Pitched on around the line of leg stump. And it was quite pacey and just was moving into that left shoulder of Wickham. Did well to get out of the way. Here's a slip on a gully in place. Overcome stand in 114 for 7. Bourne has bowled 3 overs and conceded just 3 runs. The lead still 7. That's a maiden over from Bowen. Obed McCoy got 4 for 39. He's been in and out of injury. McCoy hasn't featured too many times in recent times. So summary of activity across Trinidad and CPL as well. Covered, Mr. Mamchan?
Yeah, Billy. Jamaica Night Riders going on there. I see a lot of the experts have come out on social media to suggest that Puran should not have been given the captaincy.
And Bravo patrolling around the boundary as well. Might just be getting a lot of help, Puran.
Probably too much help. Outside the off stump, allowed to go by. Did Dan Marvel play last night?
Sunil Narain also did not bat. Monroe and Heels at the top of the order. Struck on the back foot here is Bishu, heading down the leg side. So Bishop fighting on, battling on. 42 deliveries he's faced.
Full pitch delivery, and I think Barbados have just basically lost the plot with these two. There doesn't seem to be any fire in their movement. They're on top, and you look at their body language, it's not that good at the moment. They're looking very tired.
They've gone a bit flat.
Having said that, he's bowled him with the arm ball. Just wanted to prove the commentator wrong. So Barbados, they've gotten the breakthrough finally. It's Aravinda bowled with the arm ball, and that man, Raphael Lovell, strikes again.
And Bishop was starting to get a bit adventurous, and just 4 runs he was on, and he started to play a few deliveries wide outside the off, some play and miss. He had an edge in the last over past the slip, and the gap between bat and pad. And in contrast to what we've seen from him in this innings, is tight forward defensive. Perhaps the angle of the delivery as well coming into him, hitting the middle stump though.
So it's 114 for 8, and they lead by just 10 runs, as Billy was saying early on. So I think this could be wrapped up quickly. All depends on whether or not Jamie Wickham can get some support from the other batters to come in.
I want to tell the caterers just to hold off on tea.
Well, they've been holding off on tea for us ever since.
Lovell will be quite pleased. He bowled a few full tosses after lunch, and a couple of them were to Bishop, and he couldn't put them away. But I think that is the delivery, because the full tosses he was bowling was on the pads, and I think he might have just been searching for that type of delivery heading into middle and leg. With those full tosses, gets his reward.
So here he goes now. He has 3. Could he end with 5? Edged and dropped. Goodman puts it down. Let's have a look at that again.
It's never easy. It's low down to the ankles, and the coaches will always tell you to stay down.
I think he probably came up a little bit too quickly. We'll see it shortly. He was never really down. Look where he's at. Just bounced in front of him. He was never down.
The new batsman, Bjorn Fannis, and gets off the mark with that. You're right, he never went down at all.
No, and that's a mistake for any fielder at slip.
Because especially if it's landing just in front of you, you'll have no chance.
It's always easier to come up.
And one of the very few slippers you see diving forward in the slip started off with a Richie Richardson.
Yep.
Of course, he was trained by the great Sir Clive Lloyd, so he didn't have a choice in the slip. You had to catch it. And with Viva's first slip as well, he wasn't going to put anything down standing next to Sir Vivian Richards in slip, but we've seen Steve Smith and others diving forward in the slips. It's not easy to do at all, but certainly if you have to give yourself a chance and be in the right position.
This time, this one takes the inner half of the bat. Starts with the wrong one.
I was going to say, how long do you think Bourne would have bowled for before introducing Paris? Didn't have to ask the question. I do it so now redundantly. Very slender lead. That one didn't get up at all.
Yep.
You said Barbados was looking flat. That one was almost flat.
Well, that last wicket has really put a pep in their step, so to speak. Sweeping. It's running away down to fine leg. Yanis is going to come by. Yanis is going to play shots, and this is what is going to make it interesting when he's facing the leg spinner.
I think it was Worrell was just bumping Goodman out of the way, giving chase. See, I'm faster than you. I'll get there before you. Bumped him out of the way. Exchanges high five now. Not sure if it was Lovell, but certainly Goodman was the one being bumped out of the way. 2 byes. He's adjusting the deep mid wicket, asking Haddon to go to backward square leg on the boundary in anticipation of a sweet shot. He's pushing him further to his right now.
He is sweeping, not making contact. He's going to play a shot. He's not going to stay out there and just hang around.
And this is an occasion, Vinod, where we were talking about that short fine leg yesterday. And I think if that is the line he's going to bowl, you might want to put in a short fine leg.
Worked away. Vacant area. He wants 2. Can't get it.
Yeah, Wickham was never coming back for 2. He's looking to bowl to the right-hander. I'm not sure if he's trying to bowl him behind his back, looking at those rough spots, but he wants to sweep, does Fannis. So he's tempting him, adjusting the field, bowling on a leg stump line. And if you're going to do that, you want to put the extra fielder on the onside. I'm going to get my wish now. For the second time, Paris is going to go right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Wickham.
Not really getting hold of it. Had he got hold of it, he might have been out caught.
Now, when he did it in his previous spell to Wickham, overcome stand end, 19 for 8, 46 gone. He did it and Wickham hit the ball in the air, but the man was at mid-on and had to move just to his left about 4 paces to make the diving stop. But it was in the air. And on that occasion, he had the man on the boundary. You think that, you favor your chances. You want to go over the top. You try to go. Bowling into the rough there and having the fielder at a normal mid-on position might have gotten an opportunity to take a catch.
Yeah, definitely so. Want to agree with that. It's going to be Lovell though from the far end. Looking to add to his tally. He has taken 3 so far. He's bowling to Wickham, who's been in there for quite a while, showing some resistance.
Bounce beat him on that occasion. Anything into any rough spot is unpredictable bounce and turn.
Bad delivery and dealt with beautifully for 4. Just quickly onto that there we come.
And Bourne indicating there he's at backward square next to the umpire. And the ball from the left-handed Lovell is turning into the left-handed Wickham. And he's asking Bourne if he should go back out to the boundary. Now he was there before lunch, so there were 2 out in the deep in that direction. Because Wickham is strong on the onside, and you could see that's his hitting arc as well. No change to the field, however. In fact, they are going to change the field belatedly. And I don't think he'll get all the way to the boundary though, at backward square.
So he's 3/4 of the way. Sammy drives through the offside. That's 4 more.
So Wickham is opening up here now.
He's just warming up. 50 overs in the back of his mind. And puts that one away over cover. It will be very interesting with the 50 overs coming up. You think as well, I know Mitchell had an injury that brought Phillips into the team. And he showed that he can be aggressive, Phillips. And now Wickham here. 50 overs coming up.
Easy batting.
Smart batting as well, because not just that he pushed the fielder back because of the shot he played earlier on, and just milking a single. The man dropped out a deep backward square. I think he's starting to think that he wants to control the strike.
It's moved on nicely to 37.
So we'll monitor in the over to come, the next over. If he decides to bat 4 deliveries, just leave a couple or one for fairness, as he did in this over.
Can beat him but too short. You want to draw the batsman into the shot and then take it away from him. End of the over, at the end of it, it's 128 for the loss of 8. 9 runs coming in that over.
Lead now 24. I was thinking around getting to 35 run lead. Was thinking that before lunchtime. And anything more than that, and if they do bat longer than 1 hour after lunch, this game could go to tea time and beyond. Yeah, there's some discussion out there with Paris, and his back is to the captain, but they're thinking about that mid-on man. Yeah, anything into that rough there. Immediately when Wickham came out to bat, I would have gone around the wicket, targeted those areas if I were Paris. He's done it now though. And the mid-on is quite straight as well. I wouldn't want to be leaving alone those deliveries either. Leaving alone a ball that you know is going to be spinning back into you. Having said that as well, the googly is also a very lethal delivery into those areas. Now the first slip as well is a little bit fine. Something that Mr. Dexter Toppin and company would want to look at. There's the googly. It's a bit too wide. So if he does reach for that googly delivery and the first slip in that position there, Goodman, one has already landed in front of him at the opposite end of Lovell. Takes a step to his left. And there it is. It goes to the left of the man at first slip. Just wonder if he may be a little bit too fine. Of course, he made that one step across because Paris went back over the wicket. And Wickham now is off strike. So he's managed to negotiate it again. There's the googly. And has he been bowled? Has it hit the off stump? I think it has.
Yep, the stump is disturbed, and that man gets his third. Justin Paris is 8th for the game as well.
Just when Wickham was counting the deliveries, and he seemed to work it out expertly, leaving just one delivery for Fanis to face, and that can't be your approach.
That is his approach. That's the only way he plays.
Just fanning at that one outside your stump. And I said, anytime it pitches wide outside there, you know it's going to be the googly coming back into you. Huge gap between bat and pad. And the opportunity to stay there with Wickham is now lost. 25 the lead. Losing his off stump. All Paris needed was the one delivery at Fannis to pick up his third wicket. 30 runs he's conceded off of 13 overs. Have a look at this here again. He's just going guns blazing. And he's batting with an empty barrel. So that one cannons into the stump. He's out bowled. Paris celebrates. 48 overs gone, 129 for 9. Wickham has a long conversation with the new batsman, Elran Glasgow. Hope he's telling him, don't play that kind of a shot that Fan has just played to get out. He wants to continue batting on, Wickham. He wants a 50.
Well bowled, watchful. So they're offering him the single now, as you can see. Whipped away nicely. So this is an opportunity now for Lovell to bowl to Glasgow and see if he can end the innings.
Well, interesting that he took the single as well. We saw in the last game Guyana against Trinidad, and sent out a message with the drinks to Hetmeyer. And it took him about 4 overs to come to terms with not taking the single and farming the strike. And eventually when he did started doing it, he lost his wicket himself on 45. It's a difficult thing to do if you're not accustomed to doing it. And he got an opportunity to score, and he hit a square cut, but the man was at third man. It was straight to him. Either side it would have gone for 6. Good delivery there. 2 slips in position for anything that comes off that edge. Hetmeyer would have brought up a 50. He's in good nick in the 2-day format. Adrian Hetmeyer from Guyana. End of the Lovell over. 1 run in it. 1 wicket left standing for the Windward Islands. The lead 26. Wickham is going to have the strike. It's going to be Paris to continue. And with the leg spinners, wanted to make the point when Paris was back into the attack. The mid one normally traditionally would be a bit wider for the left-hander, and the mid-off would be a bit straighter. They look equidistant from the line of the stumps, both long off and long on. Full toss, dipping, protection out there. They're giving him the single, and he takes it. The field now closes in. So the mid-off went back. The mid-on dropped to the boundary. Mid-wicket was at cow corner and the square leg. All of the fielders now coming for the right-hander, except the man retreating to the boundary at backward square. For the right-handed, the new man into bat, Erlen Glasgow. Yet to get off the mark. And Wigan goes into second slip. There's another googly. He's gotten him again. He hasn't learned his lesson. He's not seen our replays from the dismissal of Fannis. And he goes in identical fashion, Glasgow.
So another wicket to that man Paris. Oh, beautiful. That Ramon has worked so beautifully well for him. And the young man has really enjoyed his work. Brilliant. 9 wickets in the match. 5 in the first innings, 4 in the second. And Barbados will require 28 to win. After more thoughts from Billy Furlong, we take a short break.
9 for 46 he has in the match. Outstanding performance from the young Justin Paris. Just asked our producer as well, just the forward footage of the last 2 wickets dismissed. We kept saying that anything that was wide outside the off stump, you know it's going to be a googly delivery. And he's trying to smash it through the covers. Wide gap between bat and pad, and missing out in the last over and making a little bit of an adjustment, Paris, and that one hits the stump. 21 extras in this total of 131. And the top score by Jamie Wickham. He's not out on 39 off of 85 deliveries. And I just want him to reflect as well that he took the single that was on offer. And you have to say he exposed the number 11 batsman who couldn't resist the temptation to go after it. So he could have still been there had he not taken that single. But he's not out. And he's going to be denied getting to a 50. But the Windward Islands are 28 runs ahead, and that is what Barbados are going to need to get full points in this final round 3. The heavy roller is out on the field. The cleaning up operations are going on, and while that is underway, we will take a short break here and resume in about 8 minutes' time for the new innings.
So we're back here, and it's a situation where Barbados require 28 runs to hand Calvin Hope his first title as president of the newly elected president of the Barbados Cricket Association. And we'll see how that goes. The Windward Islands will be trying to bowl them out for less than 28. Let's see how it goes, Billy.
And importantly as well, 1 hour to tea.
Oh, come on, Billy. You're not going to get... You don't ever get tea, Billy. So it should finish before then, either way. At this point in time, you'll have your money on the boys from Barbados.
And not just that, I think young DeMarco Wiggins with looking to go can be very aggressive. He'd want to finish by 2 o'clock.
Your guy opening the batting there. A big man himself, Wiggins.
Saw him in the warm-up. He was very active. I'm not quite sure what to call that sport. It's a hand football, you want to call it that? Tossing the ball around, but with the football intention and a goal area marked out either side.
Oh, he's struck on the pad. Pitch outside the leg stump. He's not going to get that there. Venner.
Yeah, I like Venner. I like how he bowls. I want to say he bowls a heavy ball. Short run. Like a Flintoff. Just a nice approach to the stumps and all shoulders. Bangs it in.
Definitely pitched outside leg there.
Deliveries now. You're seeing a puff of dust. Some dirt lifting off the surface as the ball pongs into the pitch.
Oh, that one cuts back in. So, it's having some problems there, Wiggins.
You're not getting the lift that he anticipated either from the pitch. Let's get an interesting game here, Vinod.
Graham just telling Wiggins to settle down. You know, Graham will play his shots. Oh, he's back and pulling. That's 4.
Yeah, this is what I expected to see from him. He gets one and enough room to swing the arms, and he gets the bounce as well right. And that's just a hit me ball to the like of Wiggins. His bread and butter. That ball sped across the outfield. On the way are Barbados.
Just 24 required now. Venner is coming from an angle approach, I noticed in this innings. Not as profound as Malcolm Marshall. For the quick single there, Wiggins is not there. Wiggins seems to be a character on the Barbados team.
Oh, certainly. Senior player. Very boisterous. Will express his opinion given the opportunity. And I want to throw something in here, Vinod. One ball to come. You think you're going to see spin from the next end?
You never know. I think that should be the option. Oh, he's looking to pull, not making contact. So Wiggins has no intentions of staying out there in the hot sun. 4 without loss at the end of 1.
I'm looking to see if there's any activity in the pavilion with regard to anybody bringing out a helmet for the wicketkeeper. Seems some movement there. Saw the wicketkeeper waving as well in that direction.
I think it's your guy, Arvinda. No? Well, it's not. I would have thrown Arvinda in immediately. This is not the right choice here, I think, by the Windward Islands.
Man with the 6 wickets in the first innings. 6 for 47. It's going to be peace.
Well, unless they have already given up. I would have tried him with a new ball.
Absolutely. You saw there was an offer from Paris and Lovell. And there are scuff marks in front of both left and right-hander batsmen. They're taking their chances with the young fast bowler beyond Fannis it is. Come on with the wind-up action.
Good delivery. Fannis is pretty quick. Gets the ball to rush through. Has a nice high arm action as well.
There are a good few fast bowlers on display here in the under-17 regional tournament. He is certainly one of them. Mika Amsterdam as well, notable mention. Perico Henry from Jamaica. Adrian Silvera, a number of left-handers as well.
Tongue to leg side and looking to just flick it through the onside. Graham not making contact. I like the look of Graham as well.
Yeah, he looks like that traditional opening batsman from Barbados. You could close your eyes and pick in terms of right-handed batsmen that can hit that lovely cover drive, and he is certainly one of them coming out of Barbados. Players over the years. Carlisle Best comes to mind. The man that you would not need any commentary to provide any commentary for.
Nope.
Makes his own commentary.
Carlisle Best. He used to commentate while he batted, and now I've commentated with him. He bats while he commentates. Stands up and plays the shot.
It's quite a character. Even when he was in the slip cordon, low down, wide legs, full readiness.
Slow delivery there by Fannis, pretty wide.
You also want to keep the batsmen, get that ball, make them play as many deliveries early on in their innings. 2 slips and a gully in position. Want to force them to play early on, just before they get settled, before they adjust to the pace of the pitch, the bounce of the pitch, and before they get their eyes in. He's faced 4 deliveries, still to get off the mark. Graham. Yeah, that's the area. Get him coming forward. And having to play a shot. Short and wide there, and it's notable the start of this innings. You're not getting a lot of bounce from the new Duke's ball. So we're going to continue on with Tyler. Fast bowler zone. And young Bishop has had to make his way from fine leg to fine leg.
It's coming forward and pushing down the ground.
Just get the sense from Wiggins that he's just waiting to explode. He's playing up and down the line so far. Anything loose, I think he's just going to go after it.
It's well played by Wiggins. He should be coming back here for 2. And he does.
I think part of me wants to see him do it as well, just to see what he's capable of. Just get a little bit of a practice before the 50 over starts at the top of the order. 3 fielders on the onside, so he has some room to play with. He's looking in that direction, to the right of mid-wicket.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot through the offside. Wickham, Wiggins hoping it went for 4, but it didn't. 3 men giving cheese, so that's 2 more.
I was looking for power, and he, on the other hand, is looking for timing and placement. Excellent shot from DeMarco Wiggins. So 3 fielders chasing after it. 2 of them almost getting in each other's way. Fannis pulled it back. The fielder was so close to him and them to the boundary. And it struck the fielder when he pulled it back. Could have ricocheted and gone into the boundary or gone anywhere. There was a 3rd fielder getting involved as well in that run chase. Finds the man on the onside on this occasion. I do remember briefly I got a 1-day coaching stint at the time for the SSCL team that was traveling to England, and just doing a fielding session with them. Young Liam Mamchan was involved in that.
Whipped away nicely, runs here for the big man. That's 4. I like to see him backed, Wiggins. There's something about him.
Yeah, you get the expectation that he can score quickly.
Yeah.
He looks eager to score. The great Gary Sobers would say, you have a bat in your hand and you bat to make runs. So I'm rehearsing the shot again, lifting the back leg because he wants to flick it in the air with some finesse. Well controlled on that occasion though. It's looking quite good here for 12.
More runs here for him.
And I can't quite understand the line either from Tyler, young Tyler, the overcome stand in. He is trying to start on a leg stump, middle and leg line to go across the left-hander. And with the length of the delivery, everything is being worked. And there are just 3 men on the onside. So there's a lot of runs on offer when he gets bat onto it. He was punished for a boundary as well. And you want to be starting middle and off, going through the offside. He was punched for a couple through the covers, but you wanted to keep that line because you do have slips in place and a gully and a packed offside field.
So it's now what? 13, and he's now on strike again. Wiggins scored all 13 of just 12 deliveries. He's going to face Fannis.
15 runs to come, Vinod. And I might just have enough time to finish the point about the fielding. If Wiggins continues, he's 12 deliveries and 13 runs. He's looking to accelerate. I think we just want him, or I just want him to accelerate. But he's playing each ball on its merit. And I was making the point to Liam, I had asked him the question in that session. And tell him that every time that I see the ball going to the boundary, I want to see at least 2 fielders going after it, one for backup. I was asking him, how far do you think you should stay if you're doing the backup? Eventually got around to the point that I would prefer just about 10 feet back, because the fielder's going to push the ball back in the air along the ground. You want to give yourself enough room so you can pick it up cleanly.
Shot on the pad.
Many times we see, as in that occasion, with 3 fielders ending up close to the boundary, the backup fielder is too close And when he pulls it back, then they have to go fetch the ball and allows the batsman to come for an additional run. Now, if the man doing the retrieving knows that the backup fielder is 10 feet behind him, then he knows where to try and pull the ball back to. And you give yourself enough time and room so that you could prevent an additional run.
Yes, Fanis.
I guess the same would apply for catches in the deep, where fielders we see nowadays almost it's become second nature now, where they leap over the boundary edge, take a catch and throw the ball back in. If you know you're going to try to be in the vicinity of backing up something like that, the player wants to know where the fielder is if he has to throw it back in that direction. So one catch yesterday taken in the CPL, and hold the ball back in, Mohammed Amir.
Pulled away. Not really getting hold of it. Gets one more. 14 without loss now. They're halfway there.
I hope I'm not mistaken, but I believe it was last year Zachary Carter and Wiggins opened for Barbados. I think it was the under 17 level as well. I hope I'm not mistaken. And you know how Zachary Carter can bat. Quite explosive. But it was Wiggins in Gilbert Park who just dispatched the ball to all parts of the boundary, including over the stands. He was outscoring Carter at the time. Very sedate Jordan Graham at the opposite end, yet to get off the mark. The first innings, I think he hit firstly 4 fours in 1 over, and then another over. I think he hit 3 fours as well, consecutively. Got to 46. He hit 10 boundaries in the first innings. Jordan Graham. Missing out, cannot get off the mark. Final delivery down the leg side. 14 without loss. 4 overs gone. You see Bishop now. Again, he was at fine leg. So he's going from fine leg to fine leg, the young man. But he has a word with the captain, Edward. Look at the Barbados contingent there. Most of them feet up. A good 2-day tournament had by most of the players there. Got the opportunity to play. Edward had a word with Bishop as he was coming from fine leg at the end of that over. He's making his way all the way to us at the media center end, back down at fine leg. So might just see him come into the attack pretty soon. Going to be a bowling change. So Tyler Venner is out of the attack, and it's going to be Glasgow. Hasn't bowled too many overs in the 2-day game. He doesn't start here. He's just given 2 and 3 overs at a time and hasn't really returned too frequently for second spells. A good delivery, nice sharp delivery from Glasgow. Day 1, Windward Islands, 281 they made in their first innings for 9. The captain made 139, and Tyler Venner made 47. Glasgow was padded up to come out and bat. And when the wicket fell, he was walking out to bat and they decided to declare. He's on the pads again. Mid-wicket does the fielding this time. And just 1. 14 required now. And it seemed to be a late decision to declare with 281 for 9. It was interesting because had they gotten to 300, they had faced 76.1 overs when the wicket fell and the declaration came, which meant that they would have been over 10 overs, perhaps 12 overs left in the day's play. So they traded off getting to 300 and 2 bonus points for batting. They traded that for trying to get in early at the Guyanese top order. That first round game against Guyana. It could have been an additional 2 points. Glasgow, left-hander, another left-hander. Seen a number of them. The under 17 level, the under 19 as well. New emerging young talents. And that opportunity for that additional 2 points, I'm not saying that they would have gotten it. It would have been a last wicket partnership that would have had to do that. Bortster and Desron Mitchell was not out on 19. So you had a recognized batsman at the crease. 281 for 9 when the declaration came. And they were just 19 runs away from 2 batting bonus points when they decided to declare. It's a good delivery, angling back in with the left-hander, swinging it back in. Right arm around the wicket he is. And the Windward Islands in 4th position at the start of this game on 19.6. They also had the most bonus points of any team in the 2-day competition with 11.6 bonus points, ahead of Barbados and Trinidad, who were on 11.2 bonus points. It's a good straight drive here. Can't get any run. And an additional 2 bonus points would have put them closer to Trinidad and Tobago, who were 3rd on 23.2 points coming into this game. So just thinking about how you can use the system put in place. Play and a miss outside the off stump to finish the over. 15 without loss, 5 overs gone. DeMarco Wiggins is the not out man on 15, yet to get off the mark. Having faced 12 balls is Jordan Graham. But what the bonus points does as well is that it has the captain thinking through strategies during the course of an innings. We saw Trinidad and Tobago declare with 8 wickets down on 251 because they didn't want to give, by my estimate, an additional bowling bonus point to the opposition if they had got the 9th wicket. So they declared, and it didn't work out in their favor against Barbados, who eclipsed their first innings total by just 6 runs. And Barbados, once they secured first innings points against Trinidad in that first game, Trinidad declared on 252 for 8. Barbados went on to get 257 for 9, and they declared, having gotten first innings points in that game. So interesting interpretations of how to apply bonus points in this tournament.
Oh, we were delivery wide signal. Score goes up to 16 now. Still no Arvinda.
At some point during the course of the innings, with what is left, I haven't managed to do it just yet, but it's on the tip of my tongue just to finish that sentence, that name Aravinda, and Aruna de Silva to the end. Does have a bit of Sri Lankan heritage, I understand.
There's Yanis. Just looking on fussed and on trouble, the Mario Wiggins.
I was the man in the frame just now, young Aravinda Bishop. Ambidextrous bowler, 6 for 47 in the first innings. So not just that he's going from fine leg to fine leg. The left hand right hand combination, he has to move either side on the boundary as well. So the right hander changes over, the left hander changes over. Will certainly enhance his fitness.
That's 4.
He's not that fine, Bishop.
It's very wide indeed. Yanis is bowling with some pace.
Graham takes the opportunity with that delivery to get off the mark.
It should be over by the shouting.
Just about 30 minutes away from tea. He's come out a bit fine, Bishop. It was more of a long leg position. He switched over for the left-handed Wiggins, now for the right-handed Graham.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Just picked it up and dispatched it for the square for 4.
So after 11 dot deliveries, he's now switched the gears after that first boundary.
Just 3 runs shy of victory for Barbados and the 2-day title at the under 17 level.
Yeah, the players are already coming out from the lockers in the dressing room, in the Derek Murray Players Gallery, encroaching on the boundary edge just to celebrate this victory.
Barbados continue to dominate youth cricket here.
Do you think in the future we might just see a lengthening of rounds of matches in 2 days for the under 17?
I think so. I think they may just push it to 2 more rounds because everyone can play everyone. I think that is something that they may consider. But again, it all depends on the finance aspect of things. Oh, beautiful. What a way to win a title. Magnificently played away. Congratulations to Barbados. They are the champions.
Emphatically bringing home the victory here, Graham. He was quite sedate his first 11 deliveries. He's hit 3 boundaries now. The trident flag is out in the middle, celebrating on the pitch. The Barbados players there, all hail to DeMarco Wiggins again. He's not out on 16, Graham on 12. And they chase this down, small total, 6 overs, and an excellent rounds of matches for Barbados. And eager to continue on in their winning ways, heading into the 50 overs. Runners up last year, But on the 19 champions, and they want to add to their victory as well. Bowen's indicating they want that title.
Yeah, on the 17, the 2-day champion here as well. And they'll be coming out very strong on the Sunday when the 50 overs start. So we're going to take a short break for the moment. And it has been wonderful having you as our audience over the past 2 days.